Yeet. Excuse me. What's going on, homies? We're in there. How you doing? How's it going? What's going on? We have returned. Only 25 minutes late today. We're getting a little better, I think. About that whole starting stream on time kind of thing. But yeah, yesterday we did a lot of questing through LPS. And found our way to the 4th dungeon after very many different things we had to go through. Most notably and most vexingly was searching for Meteon a solid 8 times before they actually wanted to give us the bit of story to continue forward into this dungeon, so that's good. It's very annoying to get through, but we're through it now, and Hermes has run off with her. So, that, I presume, is the basis for the next dungeon, and I've been told that we'll have some special guests for the Trust as well. So, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to that, at least. Hermes is headed to Catesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him, no matter what Hermes might be thinking. Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Yes, yes. 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Sounds pretty clear to me. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Ephialtes, are you sure you're not an Enteleki? Agreed on all counts. To Catesis Hyperborea we go. Indeed. Very well then, very well. Whether I like it or not, we must go. And when we do finish this, that will be our final quest. Ether Current. So I'll be able to fly. We went through and made sure to do all of the Ether Currents we could, and it has led us to this final precipice, to use Vanna's word. That's a lot of dudes. What have we here? Someone yeeted us all out of the building. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catesis was put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. Hermes doing for sure. What does the state of alert entail exactly? Field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. So that means we're gonna get fucked up. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be fighting at our best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. And you'll put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. Damn it. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. Chad, Vanna, Chad. I was once Azem after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as aggressor, defender, or healer. Hell yeah. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. Fantastic. The UM itself can impress us with your arcane majesty. You allow potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you choose. Yes. Fantastic. Your tale led us here, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. The question remains if this actually happened in our timeline, or we were actually changing things. Who knows? Who knows? Hythlodius! Put it simply, Catistus Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together. It seems meaning the interior. Yes, we've gone over this. Even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you. Not with Vana and MSQ at your side, and I will be there too, of course, cheering you on. Ever the optimist. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Soul Seer, third seat, all-rounder. Oh, he has to be DPS.
Scarcely contain my excitement.
I was gonna make him healer, just so he didn't have to be battle.
Come,
Let's get this over with.
Are we gonna get synced? I feel like I might. Well, we couldn't really well have MSQ heal. Otherwise, I wanted to make Hythlodius healer and let the other two DPS, but it seems we are not allowed. Being able to make MSQ heal would be hilarious, honestly. Come on then. I am getting synced. Fuck.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Oh, you'll be forced to, alright. Oops, that's the wrong button. Well, now we better hurry. Yo, that's still a hit. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Yo, how long is that channel? What's the snake flower thing, dude? Stop it. Quit your crying, lion. I'm sorry, Leon. Or should I say Squall? Well, I guess we're going that way. Can I go this way? Bruh, this is the most half-assed blocked pathway I've ever seen. Why even put this here? What? Let me skip the enemies, please. This is hardly efficient. How could Vana herself allow this? Whatever, I'm sure it's fine.
Have a taste.
Well, now they start AoE. Onwards, my Ascian friends. Still upset about that pathway. That was bullshit. It's like that cart in Path of Exile in Act 5. No, Act 7. That is a straight up some bullshit. Super big bad superhero can't even hop over a little box, you know? Come on. Come on. Is that really where we're at in video gaming these days? Can't come up with better blocks? That way? Where's the path, dude? It is that way.
I see.
Punch that cow in the face, dude. Yeet. Let's go. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, they got fucked up. What happened? Wait, we're splitting targets now? Amateurs.
Be gone.
I bet they don't even raid. You're tearing this family apart, Lisa. Y'all make it in. Frostbite and Seek. This one. Let's see. Well, that was exciting.
I'm not entirely useless.
If Elodius that goes patently against what you've spent this whole time trying to convince us of.
My way.
Stand firm.
I yeeted all of my mitigation on the first Skull Rasher, although I could have used reprisal now that I think about it. Well, it's here, dude. I must say, this is a promising concept. Fantastic. I wonder whose it is. That's all they can think of. They're just fascinated. They're not even concerned. Third time's the charm, isn't it? Damn it, so. No! Oh, we got the third fell cleave. Come on, Lisa. Thank you. Punch that dragon in the face. Eat. I guess that's a tiger thing. That's not a dragon at all. I just assumed. I'm not sure why I did either. But okay. Tisios aggrieves offending. Damn it. Wait, where the hell did they go? Oh, Greaves, not pants. My bad, my bad. Concept review, oh boy. How I love to review me some concepts. Come on, buddy, we got stuff to do. Let's go, thank you. What are those? Oh, guess we're gonna learn today. I'm sure this is fine. Nothing wrong with it. Everything's A-okay. Yo, is that not, please? Any treasure? No! Bro, why even bother? It's our eye level 542 as well. Nice. Hey, heck you, bud. These are surprisingly large pulls. Usually it's just like a group of 3 enemies every time. We're getting 5 enemies every time this time. Hell yeah, dude. Still, if only the trust companions could figure out AoE abilities, that would be fantastic. This is one of the scant few times I've seen them use any at all. I feel like they could do better, you know? The Griff died before I finished Decimate, so it was wasted. According to Mistress Elisa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf, and indeed it is impressively manlike in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as is evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while a gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. Was that the creator herself turned into her creation? I'm assuming not. I think it was probably just named after it. Lilaps. Nice.
I see you.
I see you. Would it actually be faster if instead of AoEing things, I just single targeted whatever the hell they're targeting? Like, is that the play? I feel like there's a very real chance that it is. Selfie. Selfie. Okay, not that one. Yes, yes. Hello. What the hell? Oh. True stone skin is gone. I didn't even get to read it. Dude, where? Oh, there they are. I was about to ask, where's my treasure coffers? There's been so many spots where it could be. Choker of Slaying. Okay. Lad on, Lord. Eat. Lead on, lad on.
Have a taste.
First, unleash its store ether. But we don't stand in front of it then. Not so bad, not so bad. Inhale. Nope. Don't inhale me. I do not consent.
I see you.
Oh. When both ways, fine, then be that way. What do you do? Ah. It's like Bomberman. Ah, I see. The ones about to breathe are the ones that light up.
I'm not entirely useless.
Oh no,
I see you opening.
my face. I guess Shake It Off was not in time.
I'm not entirely useless.
Come on, buddy. Does this hurt? I'm just gonna stand in front of it. Nah, it doesn't really do anything to me. Casual 1.351 million. Yeet. Let's go.
I cannot.
Geopsis.
Let you take Mission. Not yet.
That only hit 2. Cowabummer, dude.
I'm not entirely useless.
You keep saying that as if you're trying to convince yourself of floaties.
Have at you.
Let's go. Whoa. We really going. Yeet. The more I think about it, I don't think it is faster to single target whatever they single target. It's just wasted potency if we don't AoE things while we can. It'll take longer for the individual things to die, but I'll be doing way more damage, way faster. This actually only requires 2 overpowers, or 2 enemies to make overpower better than heavy swing. 280 though. Combo is better than. Even in that case. Bracelet of Slaying. Damn it! Give me fending! There can't be that many more pulls. We're almost at 30 minutes.
I see you, opening.
Stand firm.
I think that'll do. I feel like it's got to be this next teleporter, right? Flying life forms in an introduction. Ooh. Or there's more?
Have at you.
see you opening.
Out of my way.
Alright, life forms, let's read about you. The successful creation of migratory birds which travel between continents with the seasons came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Fandaniel during his tenure as chief overseer of El Pis. A truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefits to the star. Fantastic. Fantastic, Fandaniel. Healing? Everything except fending. We get 2 of everything in every trust except for fending. Okay, thank God. Yeet. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So, it comes to this.
Mm-hmm.
I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
You'll be alright. You'll be alright, dude. Come on.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Trust and gale, gather to me! Unleash its brand! Unleash your power!
Yo, what's that about? None are facing me. It's a good thing we checked.
Here's my foe! Stars on high! All is rain!
You mean to tell me we are gonna have to hide behind the rocks? Who would have thunk? Uh-oh. Now what I don't understand is why every rock but mine broke. Was that one not cracked or something? For every rock but theirs, I mean.
Entirely useless. I'm not entirely useless.
No, I'm not gonna let you finish that, buddy. I'm like Kanye, but not rude, but more rude. I'm not gonna let you finish, dude.
Streams of ether! Surge as one!
I see you opening. I see you opening.
Have a taste.
I see you opening.
Stand firm.
I think we're doing alright here. Turns out Hermes is kind of a chill.
Do not underestimate me.
dancing wind! Here's my foe!
Considering his affinity for flying things, I shouldn't be surprised he uses wind magic all the damn time. Nope. Stop it. I think we'll get the limit break in time.
Stars on high! All is rage!
Wait, Shake It Off didn't apply in time. Oh yeah, they are all cracked except for this one. Oh, that one still hit. I'm fucked. Ow.
I'm not entirely.
Even when transformed,
By might and
I am
name,
not finished
I
yet.
shall decide all.
How about you?
Come on, Emmett. Anytime now.
By might and name,
Thank you.
I shall decide
It didn't even
all.
hit, dude. Yeet.
no! My power!
Beach. And she's gonna be upset that we beat the hell out of Hermes, and then it's gonna be the final days, and that's that. Yeet. Oh, we did get Fendi. Nice. We just kind of got those. That wasn't even the loot. Cane and Robe of Healing. That is a Conjurer's Arm. Is that Black Mage then? No, White Mage. I know how to read. Yes, please get me the hell out of here. Thank you.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody.
Please do.
And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
Or was he listening?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
This must be some kind of cruel yoke.
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
So what I'm getting is this is all happening because Hermes was too much of a bitch to figure out the meaning of life on his own.
We live or die.
For real. Hermes is triggered by that.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
Yeah.
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Well, it's in the name of the robes, dude.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination.
Is that not what we just did when we beat your whole
In
ass?
my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in stone. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Ah. So that's why they didn't know.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command, universal memory alteration. Target area, Catesis Hyperborea.
Man, am I gonna get hit with this amnesia shit too?
Arrival of MSQ of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present.
Vana better yeet me the hell out of here.
Raise the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to MSQ and Hyphodeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Man, this is some bullshit.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach it.
Hermes,
We're gonna take the moon.
won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Why couldn't we have done this when we beat him?
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process.
Can I get
complete.
yeeted before my memories get erased, please?
Execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure.
No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do.
Thank you. At least someone's thinking clearly. He isn't totally useless.
Where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Does Vanan not know how to use magic? She whipped out some pretty solid spells beforehand. Which
Very well then.
well, you couldn't have let off with that?
You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Oh, she didn't even try, dude. Bruh. This no wonder they fucking died. No wonder shit went to hell so fast. Dear goodness.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections.
Yes, we've gone over that several times.
I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am.
Piss off, Hermes. You're every bit as much of a bitch as you were in the real world. Fuck.
Can I let you escape?
Well, that's one way to send me through. Don't puss out, dude. Come on. Argus is gonna catch me.
Too brave by half.
Or that worked out, I guess.
Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was over.
He is the confluence.
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Why don't we all just leave?
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Okay. At least one of them got out. So what made Vanan forget that, I have no idea.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail.
I'm still confused as to why she had to go for the ankle grab and like swing back. Could we have not just shot her out of the sky? Oh, great Azem and very powerful mage. Historically so.
She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and Hysladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Who cares for prudence in this time? Oh, by the way, the end of the world just got set in motion. Better not be rude.
We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
What, are we gonna have to watch him walk through the whole dungeon?
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the function.
Yeah, piss off, Hermes.
But Meteion, her shared conscious.
Yep.
So, that's what... And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kyros's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it.
They're too busy being prudent somewhere else and spying instead.
But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Is that still a valid conversation considering the existence of that toy?
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while.
It seems to me with the way that played out, the entire dungeon was pointless. We could have watched that whole thing play out right where we found Meteion and forced her to start talking. It was probably just like, oh, we need another dungeon for the people.
After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Alright. That thoroughly taken care of. I will be right back. I'm going to take a break, stretch my legs, and use the restroom. So, appreciate you watching. Hope you're enjoying. Hopefully someone's getting some enjoyment out of this. But, yeah, if you are and you haven't already, make sure you dab on that like button, yeet that subscribe, turn notifications on, and I'll be right back. Yeet. Alright, friends. We've returned. I must say I'm thoroughly disappointed. Oh, I shouldn't be surprised because it turns out past Fandaniel is every bit the spineless wench that he was in present day. I understand why none of the other Ascians had any, wanted to have anything to do with him. That's my tiny twin, by the way, my younger brother. Turns out. Yeah, I understand why all the Ascians in our time didn't want anything to do with him and why he only showed up as a seemingly filler character at the end of Shadowbringers. So yeah. Every bit as hollow as his own brain. With that, let's continue on. I got beans and water. That's at least positive. I feel better about that than I feel about what we just watched. And again, that pointless, that dungeon was every bit as pointless as the that pathway that was blocked by like a 2-inch tall pillar that had fallen over. Like I said, that could have very well happened at the gazebo. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. Poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He'll blame himself, believe that, and had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Metea would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Yeah, fantastic. Oh boy. Oh boy, we're allowed to go back there. Just what I wanted to do. Listen to me, our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination or to convince Emetzelk and Hythalodius that they have been deceived. Oh. We must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. Uh-huh. I'm still confused. She did nothing to explain that. Hopefully she does on our way out. A why? It seems pretty effective. Now would be the time, since we have the basis for why we would forget and they would not, or why they would forget and we would not. They know we got yeeted out of the thing before Kairos did. We had the witnesses there to prove that we did. Whether they remember it or not. Hopefully this has a voice acting so I can eat my beans in peace.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Now get me out of here.
May you and yours emerge triumphant.
I'd say the same to you, but y'all are useless and I already know what's gonna happen.
Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain.
Turns out it earned the name. Elpis.
With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
Of all the anime to take inspiration from, why the fuck would they take it from Attack on Titan?
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
Why? Because the people of Amaranth are so brutally chained to the outcomes and opinions of others that they can't figure out their own meaning for life? Because that's what that implies to me. That just because it happened on 30,000 other stars, so that 30,000 other planets even, they can't have their own good time, which they've been doing fine up to this point, lacking that knowledge?
I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold.
Clearly not Hermes. Even when he pretends to be beaten, he's still quite energetic.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
Yeah. In my mind, he's still a foe.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind, who would be invaluable in the crises to come.
Wasn't Oppenheimer a brilliant mind, so to speak? Did we really need to make use of that? Did we?
Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation.
Well, you have fun with that.
Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us.
That lack of self-belief is the whole reason we're in this mess to begin with.
You may find your world to be
It's
very
literally
different,
Hermes's
or perhaps the erasure
inability
of our
to
friends'
do that.
memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end.
Get it? It's the title.
As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the Song of Oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
I don't know, man. Surely if one dude could figure out space travel and make like a whole herd of creatures that can do it, surely the greatest minds of that time could figure out space travel to go fight it if they all just knew what was going on.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandana.
Or you'll do something. Remember when Vana was basically calling herself a dumbass for not figuring stuff out when we first told them all about all this stuff? I feel like that holds true.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame.
Don't tell me I have to play as her.
Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many, who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
Well, let me tell you something. You wouldn't believe it.
Be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
Well, you see, Heidelin could have, done a thing or
my
two.
Friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion.
Could we not have said this before all this started?
Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
The ancients have really long necks, I gotta say.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old.
I mean, I think in a similar situation, I would have a hard time not telling Vena to help piss off.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Like I said, if Vena could do some shit like this, Did she really have to try and ankle slam fucking Medion out of the sky? Come on. Come on, dude.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment.
Were they not summoning Zodiark? I thought they
suffering
succeeded in that.
To mire and plague.
Also, if I get DMCA'd for answers playing in the background, I'm gonna get real upset.
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
It's literally because Hermes is a bitch.
As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
I can't imagine Fortuno is going to be happy if we take the moon. I say if, when we take the moon. Get me the hell out of here, dude. I just feel annoyed, dude. We got how many more quests to do, and it's just gonna be... Got 26. It's probably gonna be arguing with Fortuno. Probably fighting Medion, but then not actually wanting to kill her because we were friends or something like that, and you know, Then all of a sudden they lived happily ever after. But we have, what, 14 more hours of cutscenes to watch before we get to that part, so we may as well get on with it. Fuck. Impeccable timing as always. Well, let me tell you about time, dude. I feel like I've wasted so much of it. Well, as so often seems to be the case while you're away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in a moment after we convene a meeting. Now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. I know. I know. Hers is perhaps the more urgent. Is it? I've learned a thing or two. Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. Try and ascertain the where and why of it. Alce and Alpha Noah have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Amonis is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graham took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast, they only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Ishtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tatar and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the forum. Well, let me tell you a thing. Contacting Hydaelyn. Don't bother, dude. We know. We already know. And she's been as useful as she's going to be. Yeah. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. I'll be needing to hijack that moon. You'll also recall the proposal issued by Fortuno to the people at Radzathan. Following their discussion, Virtua declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept their invitation. Can Virtua not fly in space? We seem to be able to breathe just fine in space, so that shouldn't be an issue. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. And that is... apparently the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Yeah. Out with it. Okay. Is this a surprise? From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. Yeah. So they weren't, we aren't gonna get to tell her everything? Bruh. Fine, I'll go, dude. Don't even listen to all the crazy stuff I heard. You don't get to know. What gave that away? We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the Forum airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Yeah. Oh man. More time, dude? Will we ever make it? You'll be required to participate in battle. Spoiler alert. Who did it? Who transformed first? Was it Sid? Better yet, was it Nero? Pretty sure that horse was a mount in World of Warcraft.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not on the same moon we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
All is well.
Come,
All
we
is
must build
well.
a line of defense.
A line of defense, you don't fight.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
You have time to be smug, sir? Oh man.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
$400, 300, 300 with a barrier. That hit them all. Guess so. Stimulant assistance, please. Well, this beat's playing as Vana, I'll tell you that. Oh, y'all, after I did all that work. Bitches, man.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Clearly Alphino has been holding back in our trusts. I'm quite upset. Listen.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Stop being a puss, dude. People are just dying. They do that every day. It is what it is.
You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
We can't protect refugees if they're not in my safety circle, dude. There you go, buddy. It's a long ass cast time, dude. Justinian, you got any special eyeball power or something? Uh-oh. I meant to do the other one. We're fine, right? We're fine. Oh, I'm not only hitting him. Ah, my bad. For some reason I thought vividly your diagnosis healed us both. You good, buddy? Doing great. Whoa, that's a lady? I didn't even notice. I just assumed it was a faceless tentacle monster.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
That's a new one. Then don't stop running, dude.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Yo, he woke up, dude. Forgot about him. They're totally getting married, dude.
Wait, that's
Those two. You saw it.
Euless and the army.
My
So,
hero!
You've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid. For once.
At least he knows. The
We can
once.
speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Don't tell me I have to play as him now, do I?
Of that I've no doubt.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
Wasn't he supposed to be leading them to the tower?
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
We need more character development,
Think
Alice.
withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate.
It's me. It's me.
To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well, I mean,
Well then,
less talking, more walking, dude.
it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Tell him not to overexert himself.
Let's go.
It's been at least 3 hours since he heard that. Look, we have to play as this. Damn it. Combo, combo. Combo. Increases all magic damage dealt by 5% and damage dealt by near 5% for 20 whole seconds. Woo! Careful, Alice. That's dangerous. Sure, we'll go with that. Well, I suppose that's the range combo, is it? But for some reason there's like a 40-second cooldown on that whole thing, so we're kind of stuck with this. Is Graha gonna be okay? You good, buddy? I think I wasted that. Bro, I'm not getting any limit gauge out of this. What the hell, man? Of all the things to break, he broke the one.
I'm fine.
That's the secret. That's the. That's how you know it's not fine, dude. Wait, all 7 of those hit? Toxic, dude. Oh no, that was toxic. I'm glad we had that 5% damage while it lasted. Fine, take my meteor thing. I didn't want that one anyways.
I'm not done yet.
Come on, buddy, anytime now. You can only have so much health, right?
None to worry about.
I'm sure that's fine.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Graha, do you enjoy running, sir?
As they say, turnabout's fair face.
She's not wrong. So where's my meteor attack? Yeet. Bro, that actually didn't do a thing. How about this time? Thank you. What was the point of that first explosion? I must have missed it.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again.
You're welcome, buddy.
I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
I've been to so many places I can hardly remember.
I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Why are you crackling again, sir?
Look out!
Bruh, if they decide to kill one of the twins and they pick Alice over Alphino, I'm gonna be really upset.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
How does he know it's a madman's apocalypse? I mean, Graha's always been an all-rounder.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less.
No, he's already enamored with Alphino, you're fine.
Never measure up to our champion.
I mean, who could, really? I've kind of got a leg up, you know?
But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Oh, thank God, I don't have to do this anymore. Yeet. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen. Work out. Don't forget.
I can look after myself, you know.
Uh-huh. Wait, Graha, should you really turn your back that way?
I trust.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Bro, we gotta have a paladin on the team? Ugh. Disgusting.
Oh, a trio for the enemies.
Oh, thank God, he put the shield away. I mean, if I had to play with any of the allies on my side, it would probably be these two. Can't say I really have a third that I would actually like enjoy hanging out with. Oh, it died.
I had a feeling I'd find
Please don't let me get the last one. Yeet. I did. Okay. Thank God. Justinian, Alpha, no, Pistola. Tancred, no. That was weird to look at, dude. Whoa, wait a minute. This is a 5-man party. We can't have that. That's too much like the MMO. That cannot be named. So this is all well and good that we're trying to help people and everything, but we are gonna have to take over the realms. It's just that simple. Maybe it'd be counterproductive for them to go up to the moon, unless they're okay with traveling to somewhere random that isn't necessarily a habitable planet. You know, are y'all okay? Not convinced. Oh, my bad, Estinian. I didn't have Defiance on. I think that was that better. Woo!
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
There is no ship.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
That baby's got tons of ether, you would not believe.
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I
guess yes. Enough. So what happened to going to the tower, dude?
What I can promise is that I will...
No need for grandstanding. Please.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons.
Again, did we forget about the teleporter?
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
They just give up on it, even though it's right there?
Seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Oh no, dear old dad's gonna get eaten. Oh no. I guess he's gonna trip. Oh no. Whoa. Okay, well that's not entirely expected.
Xenos! You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
And now is the time to keep those legs moving, dude.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Yes.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
Well, hey man, this is kind of the whole reason everything's gone bad. Can't be having it, dude.
So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
It kind of feels like this whole interaction is like a child who's been told he can't have something right now and he has to be patient. And then 5 minutes pass and then he looks at his parent that told him this and says, "Can't you see I'm being patient? Look how patient I'm being. Honing my blade and waiting."
That's all you care about.
I mean, I guess we get some Euless character development out of it.
Garlemald is in ruins.
Whether he survives or not, who knows.
The nation you rule is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last.
I imagine Xenos' response would be something along the lines of, well, they were bitches, dude.
While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard! For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Well, great. He was walking away. Now he turned back this way.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
I would be. It would have been more
If
interesting
my
to watch.
motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy.
Actually, don't do that.
They will be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you and you alone.
Thank you, Xenos. I'm not sure how we got from where we were to this, but this is what needed to be said to Hermes before he even made Meteon. Bruh. Literally, that's it.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
He already lost, dude.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
Bruh, again? Let him walk away.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Oh, I forgot about him. I suppose he is still here and done his grandstanding for the plebeians.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
Are you deign to share a ship with us?
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Oh yeah, we got halfway here, got your dudes killed, and yeah, we're retreating now. YEET. Just as
Allow
well.
us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned.
If nobody else makes it to the moon, we won't have to worry about if the moon explodes when we fly it over to Meteon.
If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Way to stir the pot, Estinian. Wait, the tower is still there? I know we talked about the tower, but I was assuming that was the ruins of the tower or whatever was left of it. I assumed the rest of it had just from existence. That was only the first quest of this whole thing. Ah! Alright, well, I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. It's been another hour. So appreciate you watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are and you haven't already, make sure you tap on that like button, yeet that subscribe button, turn notifications on, and come see me in a couple minutes. Yeet. Alright, friends, we have returned. With a whole 25 quests to go still. And we've been here for hours, and we still have not gotten to tell anyone that we literally traveled through time and saw literally everything firsthand. To see Xeno standing there so uncaring and unrepentant, I don't know, came over me. Good to stick by your words, Alice. Good on you. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. You're right. Enough about all that. Good to see you again. Thanks. You too, buddy. Whoa! It's a chainsaw, or not a chainsaw, it's a saw, dude. Nice. Senor Sabatender still wins, but I'm not complaining that we have to wield this and it spins when we pull it out. Hell yeah, dude. Fan-heckin-tastic. When do I get that? Eh. Deliver critical direct hits, target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 700 for the first enemy and 70% less for all remaining enemies. Stacks of inner release are not consumed upon execution. Well, when do we get that?
No
It's
major
been
injuries then. Good.
2.5 hours and we've done 3 quests. Bro, what the fuck?
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
Oh yeah?
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives.
I didn't expect Euless to live past that cutscene, in all honesty.
Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Could we not have had our meeting in the meeting room?
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much.
Now, can I please tell you all why you need to give up on going to the moon? I need it.
You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
What, are you gonna stage a rebellion with 20 dudes?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions where I expect...
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Now can I please talk about time travel? Fuck.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
Yes, thank you.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
Whoa, 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 hold up. We got stuff to say.
Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did.
Alpha, no, you little shit.
To again ask that Sharlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
No. I do not.
I swear.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
I feel like Fortuno should be present for this.
Did you hear something just now?
It was Lena telling you to not overexert yourself, dude. Was that Hyland and a bunny rabbit? Or is it just not used to it? How does she know what pudding is? I thought they only had carrots. Pudding way, it's you. Who all has seen these people?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
It is a dramatic
And
entrance.
this bitter climb bring warmth and comfort.
It was only me here who's seen them.
"'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Have you been to the moon, Alice? It's way colder.
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments."
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor
It's valid.
does anyone deign to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Oyanje made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so
Marvelous.
before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Valid. Valid.
Marvelous, they
say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found.
Oh, the snow.
I'll suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Bro, that's toxic.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Hell yeah, dude. That's who we've been talking to the whole time.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last.
I thought you'd be taller.
I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
That's not very humble living way, but it's fine. We'll excuse it.
Bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
Can we talk about
As you
time
have
travel now,
surmised,
please?
Preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporrits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Look at you go, Urianger. Good to have you back. Oh, we go with this one. This is even more sarcastic.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Alice, say you're not exactly the most well-dressed either for this climate.
You'll warm up quickly once you report the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
What's up with you, dude? Oh, it's a sightseeing log thing. Nice. Thanks. Must be a level 80 or above to record them. Travel to the location. Thank you, Babith. Now, if we may again return to my finest apparel, thank you. Dare say Master Fortuno was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydaelyn's lunar custodians, as he will soon discover they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? May yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. I hope so, because I've been sitting on a literal atom bomb of information this whole time, and nobody will listen. I don't think I could have been placed further from an aetheryte crystal. Like, I legitimately believe this is the farthest path from any teleportation in this entire city. And that's right where they plopped us. With an area amount to be had. I kind of forgot about Ishtola and Thancred. I don't know what they were doing this whole time. I think she was helping Matoya, probably. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Oh yeah, they were with us on the moon. Extolling the virtues of Aetheris. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Laporites a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kral tells us you've obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea. Your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. Oh boy, did they lead to some shit. So anyways, there was this dude, and he had these crazy eyes, and this other dude had this really long hair. It was crazy, you wouldn't believe it. And this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nitana's theory. Who gives a fuck about Nitana's theory? What about the bird? For an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river, and its power might surpass even that of ether. Yes, that was the whole point. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Yes, that is precisely what we spoke of. Rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she's been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, for the destruction of our planet. For no damn reason. And our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity, yes. Defeat Meteon. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. Determine her location. Vena saw to that. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. Yes. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris and not to stay. Does she, though? I'm not gonna claim to know everything about Vena. But not for lack of trying on Hydaelyn's part. Surely that's why she used me as a conduit for her will and provided clues such as the Elpis flower. Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of our involved and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Highland even within the anti-tower. Master Matoy is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it even, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Highland. So it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the ethereal sea built closer to home. Piss off! Bruh. We still have like 24 quests to do. We've done like 3. Yeah, this is number 4. Motherfucker, I am the Rostra. Piss off, I'm keeping Senor Sabatender. Why they made us walk all the way to this side? Probably the same reason they made us go all the way from the farthest point from any aetherite to teleport at all after getting here. Just a fuck you to the players. Work for it.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not.
Bro, where's my helmet?
Wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Well, at least I didn't have to get dressed into my Sunday best. I was already wearing them. Yeet.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly
as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
To the moon!
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
No, just our allies.
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Ah, so they were gonna do that.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
Wasn't Kryl supposed to ask the question?
Ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft
Well, funny you should have mentioned that.
Stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient.
The rabbits have an idea
Though
or
cargo
two.
is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on two conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
Both a statement and a question at the same
Simple
time.
enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
What about the moon, dude?
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
Thank you, Montechagny.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Well, wait a minute. That's not the energy I was expecting from you.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Thanks, Grandpa. When he said satire, I was about to get offended, but he seems to have.
Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
He himself as well.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
And he not.
As the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
He's still thinking about what Estinian said.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
We must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. Bring in the Loperates. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. Might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Literally, just go get the rabbits, dude. Don't even think about it. Me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. Wow. Guess we could just teleport, couldn't we? So this is how we end up back at the rest of this place. I was wondering. What the hell is that? Step inside and have Ophelia take you to the medial circuit. You mean we don't have to go around this time? Speak with Fortuno again, however will he bear it? Yo. Fallen ace or rank 1 side can flip an A. When it reverses in play, a rank A side will flip a 1. Sure. I see not a 1. Better to play that. I mean, we can beat that with something else. That seems as good a turn as any. Yeet. Hell yeah, dude. Easiest card of my life. Wait. Yeah. Sounds good to me, dude. Why, yes, I would like to go to the medial circuit using the lift. Thank you. Logisticon Alpha, yes. You gonna make it, buddy? Something I've been meaning to. Tell me! Out with it! Stubborn old fool. $500 yalms to the west. Hell nah. I can't. It's too far gone. Are they all in there? We may have been better off just going through here. Well, I guess there are none in here. Would be the only real area that they could include that I could think of. For half a second, I didn't think that would open up. They have to arrange for us to use the next lift? Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. I helped to design it. And left me behind. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating, and I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. Having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperids in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. Subterranean guardians of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Eidolon unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. That is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Last time is not on our side. I have arranged for you to all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Our plans have been made public. Access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to the restrictions and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum after all. Then let us proceed. He didn't talk shit that time. Miraculous. Ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Cockle Dankle. What? Dank Cock is his name? Old Dank Cock over here. Fuck. After whom the forge is... They named the forge after him too. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss. I don't want to be left with him. Bruh. Again, who comes up with these? At least with Elpis, the names sounded at least a little Greek, whether they were gibberish or not. But now we have Dankle Cox over here. $500 yalms northwest. Well, I'm sure we'll make our way over there later. Is this where they filmed Halo? Elm southwest. We can make that happen. I have done precisely one fate here. I don't really feel like doing a gather and turn in fate. 420 to the west. Yep, cockle.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse, which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
Well, then you weren't looking, dude.
There are archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As
Teach
the name
someone,
ought to tell
dude.
you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Nice.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
That would be preferable.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
Why did we not bring the Loporits?
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loporits?
Thank you, Urianger. Finally someone.
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer.
That better credit us if they do
The moon's
figure it out.
propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Hishtola,
Only
do you
in the
really
most
have to
general
ask?
terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded.
If only there were an ancient Allegan ruin somewhere. Ah, that's right, on the moon.
As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and
Yep.
launch.
Yep.
Oi, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through.
This dude, I like him. His name is ridiculous. Ricoculous even. But he's got guts.
Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play.
Giant hunk of
Shame
it
that
sitting
we
up
know
there.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. But according to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Oh. That means a dungeon,
It's
doesn't
rough
it?
going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
You want me to go and fetch the what's-its? There's no getting out of it. We may as well resign.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
Better than meetings.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient
Yes, we
option.
must convene a meeting with the Eorzean League, and then we do it.
If we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
They had to try that 17
What's
times
all
before
this?
he caught it.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little.
Yes, yes.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Avengers, assemble!
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Look at you, Runsena, getting out on your own.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all.
Okay, Siri, thank you.
Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and free.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
That's fair. That's fair.
Then what? I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
Damn it, Sicard, we
certain
have
that
better
can be
things to do
arranged.
than make
Thank
booze.
you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Well, we can only hope it all goes according to plan, but who knows? Seems like these, it's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link per conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Wow. That's for me to know and you to find out, bruh. That's toxic. Now is not the time for your secrets, Kryle. I was really hoping we could do without a cutscene. Meanwhile, in old duh.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make.
Mm-hmm.
Summon the best and
She thick.
brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once.
Damn, that's a
Call
thick-ass
upon the
Nanamo.
Sultan Sworn and brass blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying. Dear guys, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Wait, I will? You seen some shit.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
We're gonna have to do this for every
If
fucking
circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best
Grand Company.
efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to that which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if
I don't
we
have
stand
anything to
together.
drink.
It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call.
Uldar?
We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
all this speaking of time as being of the essence and everything, and people just constantly run their mouths, dude. We are gonna have to watch this for every single one of them. Damn it! The Scions.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
Let's see.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud.
Was she? I must have missed that part.
I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
I don't have anything to drink.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
More meetings. Let's go. Don't tell me we're not going to get to watch the whole thing.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Oh yeah, she was Ida, wasn't she? What, only 3 to go?
There you are.
And we start with a Manolane of all people?
We've no time to waste.
Couldn't we have been
Everyone has already.
with someone important? I mean, Brochifont's important, but again, time being of the essence. Let's go, dude.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Who's that? Tiamat? Ah, that's why they call it the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
First we have Dank Cockle, now we have Hancock. Too much cock, dude.
Hmm? Is that?
No, it is not.
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Is it? It wouldn't be anything that could make you talk faster, would it? Budget ass Raphael? Thank God we didn't have to go through all 5 of them, or however many. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Down that like, yeet that subscribe. Yeet. Bruh. Bruh. What the fuck? I sincerely hope this does not get the same critical acclaim that Shadowbringers did. I didn't think I thought Shadowbringers was overhyped, but it was at least a decent story. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do? If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology, and oh boy, do we have just the dude for you. Only Master Dankcock knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with the preparations? Pose this not to curry favor. Uh-huh. Okay, buddy. To be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait. You've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlene Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot need all the help they can get. Understandably so. Bye, buddy. I was really hoping they weren't going to make me walk all the way over there from here, but I had a feeling they would. Bro, that is hideous. Why must they do this to me? If it's not one thing, it's another. In this case, it's all of the things. You know, if I do my duty roulette, my trial roulette, I could pretty much hit level 90 off that. I think we'll just keep going though. To do literally anything other than the story right now would be to waste story XP. Is off fly, that's my tea. A lot of people actually live down here. Don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of the fresh inspiration Scholar Monteshagny mentioned. How about we go to the Aetheryte Attune and then we do things? Let the good times troll, huh? I feel like I'm being trolled right now. Thought that said vexed vegetarian. I was about to be concerned. I mean, vegetarians are allowed to be vexed too. Happens to the best of us. I couldn't help but notice the evil way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds, and since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? Sure, why not? You see, amongst the troop of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of anal ass. Anal ass! I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'll scare him off like as not and be torn limb from limb for the pain, or my pains by the fiends. They really gotta get someone else for these names. Anal ass? Really? Dank cock? Really? So I turn to you, would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I should provide you with his favorite food, and with it you shall... you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that won't be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. If any of those fell anal ass seek to impede you or pester the troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you shall be rewarded for your efforts. Thank you. Matodo, Matodo. Let's see, motorcycle. Yeet. Sadly, this is taking us the wrong way to get to the ether currents, but it'll have to do. How many more wild ones do we have? 4. Birkanan. Oh, that's an anal ass. Oh, you look so sad. Come, anal ass. I shall punch you like you've never been punched before. What did that thing back there just do? It was big and purple before. Don't tell me there's more. Oh. This thing runs and I have to chase it again. I'm gonna be really annoyed. Okay. That is a relief. We have a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones. Most trolls such as this one are kind, docile things, and in fact, Brett, this fly needs to piss off. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them to ensure they are well, and it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they are under the weather. Yes, yes, yes. Let's be on with it. There's number 2 over there. Helping with the arc, even with all the power Master Dankcock has managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. Oh yeah, the Goobu bro. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures are running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying and there will be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties, but we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment, and we believe in the plan. All will be well. Well, would they be upset if we kind of made them obsolete? Hello, are you one of the new helpers? Yeah, you could say that. Checking and loading samples day in and day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. Form's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, a lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Sure. They don't. Not only do they have time to sleep, they have an obligation. Can't be working at your best if you're tired as shit all the time. Mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants, while I would much prefer something small and fluffy like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. Well, funny you should say that. You're in luck today. brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. Indeed. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Ah, yes. Playing the tour guide. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and the best ways burrowed, it would be in our best interests to have the Loperites acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. Barely! The great big what's it over yonder? I have no idea what the hell that is. I'm sure we'll end up over there eventually. Build something so large without creation magic is positively stupendous. Yeah. Well, the big spinny thing is pretty important. Probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. Why not? Observe the tanks? Sure. We like tanks. Tanks are cool. Golden pipe connected to the top. Yes. The mushroom like, oh, that thing that I can't even look at, or the, oh, that one. That looks like the trees in Greatest Ensvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange strange shape even. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top, quite tall for something so imbalanced too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Yep. Well done, Singing Way. Thank you for your assistance. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. Yes. Designed brilliant in its simplicity, I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments for us Loperites, that is. Securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We've read, however, that peoples of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Thanalam. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. May also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Afano spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Yep, the Loporritz will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlie and Hamlet. I shall lead the way. Absolutely. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loporritz may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? Am I allowed to say no? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. It'll have to do. Rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie? That's valid. It's been 12,000 years getting ready for all this. It would be a shame to get eaten now. The water extraction, what's it? This is taking me away from all of the ether current what's-its. Burning Anola. You good, buddy? All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. I got you, I got you. You're fine. Have a little faith, buddy. Actually, this should be the quest that levels us up to 90. That's kind of exciting. It's only a level 88 quest, but it'll have to do. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. For sure. So this is where the magic or science rather takes place, the perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive, or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? That's a little more likely. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Let's go, dude. Look at that, I'm level 90. Wow. Archean velvet bottoms offending. That's fine, I guess. Okay, but what about Primal Rend? Extends Surging Tempest duration by 10 seconds to a maximum of 60. Oh, inner release. Nullify stun, sleep, bind, heavy, and most knockback and draw in effects. That's good to know. All very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Muriel Agronomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Yeah, walking. Walking would be the best course of action, I believe. If we could find some damn doors. Thank you. That is a mount. Wow. It's a fire Gubu. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruits and vegetables featured in our compendium. I dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Yes, yes. Oi, give me numbness. The one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus, and I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all too sudden, unreal. Better than waiting for the final days to claim us, but no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment, so many species are doomed to extinction. Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce. The vineyard. Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. They look like blackberries, dude. Much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. No, you said a sample cooking way. Don't eat the whole crop. Food for thought. Aha. I'd rather eat rancid gigantoid eyeballs. I'd brave an erupting volcano, sure. True. On to the next treat, which is the orange grove. Those look more like oranges, don't they? Oh. Or these ones. Wait till you try Lemon's cooking way. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Sometimes a toast is just a toast. Equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? It's all very complicated, you know, so many flavors and choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Let us see indeed. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? Those are pumpkins. And melons. Hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms that these are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Brett, try the seeds. Can't you see these are pumpkins? No one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do not find it an awful bother. Cooking is a joy unto itself, and what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there is anything even more delicious? How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Please do attempt to try it. I believe in you, Cooking Way. This is probably the one you're gonna like the most. Because I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Perfect. Is this poison? Yes. How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Speak with Hebke. Trust you found something to your liking. The oranges were cool. Grapes too. And there was the lemon. The deceiver! I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. Have I not suffered enough? A valid and very pertinent question, Cooking Way. I wonder the same. Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oof. Bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, Lemon Muffin. Do your worst. This is delicious. Terrific. Though I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we are to survive. Such strength of will, now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporrits, we were both born from accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection, and therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal, is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quests, not too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have, and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. True. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about, and who are you anyway? Looking away at your service, I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds, but don't worry. There will be room for your crops too. We will work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species even, as possible, if you're up to the challenge. This has been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect. Lally-ho! And the long run back. How much more rabbit escorting must we do? It's all well and good to show them around, but we do have things to be doing. So wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Dim Limits is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. Far East has oodles of noodles, dude. Oodles! Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Funny you should mention that. I trust thy time at Muriel Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporrit there should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. What's wrong with you? Epis McGee. was indeed me verbalizing aside to express my emotional state. You want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? Yes. A place of utmost tranquility. You should see the forests of the first. One was purple. Gasp. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise. To assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Hardly, my friend. Hardly. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried though, quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work. Equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Be of use to people. I'm honored that you would think me capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. You say so. Off you go. Need all 7 of us attend to this one researcher? You good, bro? I was thinking to ask you the same thing. I'm an engineer, you see, and that's what they say of the ship. And what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that is built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true. But I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Etherburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Not too sure about that. Well, yeah. Maybe you could tell me more if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks. For one, I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here. You see, the same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. Should be good to leave them to their bits. If Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from the insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Laportes to attend them? Well, we're making a help desk now? I'm sad we couldn't get pudding way some pudding. Gotta get used to the new mount keybind. I've no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on who knows what made by who knows who. Hope they like questions. We gotta seek out 8 people? And that's 8 people that actually want to go. Bruh. We noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. Woman is doing better than you are. Nice. It doesn't take much to be doing better than I am. I'm growing increasingly impatient with all of this. Not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. Yes, yes. Lazy sods. How rude. Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate. And I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Well, go ask somebody who does know. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out, but perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Well, it's more about mass, you see, rather than weight. It's a little different. This damn fly. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and our chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. Today's to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon, why did I not think of that? Because they're rabbits. Their bodies function differently, I'm sure. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things, feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. Yet I've never felt so alive. Well, so much for getting done with this quest today. Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Yes, yes. I really didn't think that one would go for it at all. Hyperventilating engineer. Aren't they all? Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the whole light design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws. Why, yes. Anyone else? Lead me to my misery, form can appoint someone else. Simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Archifoam already falling apart under the pressure? Bruh, you're the pilot? These people, man. Suppose I can't blame them for being a little worked up around the apocalypse. I imagine I would be as well. Through thine efforts word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily to a far greater number than we anticipated, living way doth gather more Loporrits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Now would be a great time to rest, would it not?
spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Good job, Livingway.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
It would behoove you to consult with Sleepingway. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Oh, he's the pilot?
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
Hell yeah, dude.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Moonbrida. Oh, that's probably her parents there.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions.
Yes, I am.
Uh-oh.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
That's not what I expected. But I'm here for it.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Oh, well, that's nice.
I'm sorry. I truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized. and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Oriange, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Oriange and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together.
Whoa, 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 where's my credit in that? Come on, dude.
You've no idea.
I talked to
how
at least
proud we are.
12 people.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Oriange, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Well, I'm glad they were able to get this all sorted out before the world ended. It would have been tragic to leave behind.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Your turn to ask questions, Livingway.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Are you sure? Well, glad to see them too after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness. 'Twould have been harder had I faced them alone. Really, did he even know I was there? Not convinced. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. Thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alistair. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she is less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Convenient, sir. Convenient. Ether currents! These are likely to be the last quest ones outside of the MSQ. Muscle Threat is awfully worried about something. I'm sure he is. That adventurer who helped out the students of Baldessian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Why was there a child here in the first place, sir? Simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia. She happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charlian Hamlet. Oh my. I assure you, we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Yes? Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart onto others, so he has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlian Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him, and while he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. Bro, this is like the 7th quest where we've been asked to, like, take care of someone else's child. I get parenting is hard and everything, but come on, dude. Aw, you're not our friend. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where's the farthest you have ventured? Yeah, we'll go another world. You could say that. Oh, look on this face? See, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girabania. You would do me the honor. The reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. What? Okay. Oi. If you run from me, we're gonna have issues. I am your mother. Why must the children always run, dude? I mean, it's good survival instincts that's well taught. However, very tedious for the sake of these quests. This time for sure. Not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. What gave that away? What's up with his eyes, dude? That's a terrible angle. I'll tell you what I've seen. The color of this artificial light here changed recently. Sure, most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. No one will take me seriously when I bring it up, all because of my age. Got into a big fight with father about it. Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to go to the bottom of this first. Though I'm scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. I'll gladly take your money. After you tell me about the ether current. Haha, get wrecked, idiot. You've been scammed. Yeet. Yo, this is the first amulet we've gotten for the entire expansion. Wow. Where the hell is this other quest? Thankfully, the MSQ is sending us finally into the undiscovered reaches of the West. Once we can get this done. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. Today the traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, if you will. Okay. Not in favor of bowing to rocks and stuff, but hey man, it is what it is. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha, concept taught in Razatan, and how it reacts to strong emotion. Wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner to safety through all of the perils of his journey. Okay, buddy. Don't tell me I have to bring it back. I have to bring it back. Almost there. Almost there. Or what? Actually, only a handful of quests away from the last ether current from the MSQ. That of all of them? No. Okay. Now off to find the homie Alice. Please? Thank you. I think that one bush is slightly shorter than all of the other ones, so that you can actually hop over it. It's so rude. Why not just make them all that height? 165 to the north. Couldn't mean this big glowy purple building, could you? Indeed I do not, and I cannot hop this wall because I am a fool. Just little shit like this, dude. There's so many little ways that they just tell me to go fuck myself, and it's really, really annoying. It gets worse as time goes on. Like, yeah, they put the ether current right where you can see it. You have to go not a little bit around. You have to go all the dead ass way to the wall. And then around, and then back to get your little ship. Less than 1/10 of all of the little shits you need to actually be able to traverse the zone properly, because the zone is designed to be so painfully annoying to travel on by foot. It's just like excessive at times. I get similarly fed up with Path of Exile sometimes. They do some of the weirdest shit to make things feel unrewarding, while trying to make them look rewarding. It's really weird, and I can't say I like the way some game companies handle things like that. And ultimately, it's the game developers' job to put challenges in front of us. It's just sometimes they're a little overzealous to the point of tediousness. No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Oh, so they're gonna make me walk with all of these boxes all the fucking way to Aporia. Can you believe that shit? My point is only strengthened by this. It's just all of the ways to make you just take more time traversing things. They did the same shit with MSQ while looking for fucking Medion. Their little follow system. Shit like this. Why do we have to do this? What's the point of having a mount if I can't shove a couple boxes on its back and move them, you know? Pretty sure they have chocobos that are bred for that exact purpose. Well, you see, I picked up the box and I started fucking walking, dude. Leopoldin is in the courtyard. Northeast, we seem to have missed one. Wait a minute. We're gonna attune to this and then we'll run after that. Yeet, excuse me. maybe over here. Oh yeah, in our conversation about pointlessly difficult traversal, we should also not forget about the mount speed things that you require 6 fates to acquire. Fates being, of course, the things that you have to travel across the entire zone to participate in time to get credit before other people completely finish it outright without you. Miraculously, it's not at the very top. More to the northeast? Where was that first one I found? It was over here. It was on that rock. Right? Really hope this is the last one, but I think there's 2. Yeah. Indeed there are. Not sure why that opened, but okay. It's alt. $211. You mean to tell me it's way the hell up there? Please tell me I can use this as a lift. Can't even go inside. Fantastic. We're already pretty much committed to doing this. We're coming very close to getting flying here. Yep, and now we get to walk 748 yalms. We'd be far better off just going there and then going down that lift. Ah yes, and no mounts here. How could I forget? They give us mounts. They don't want us to use them. I'm surprised that door even opened. I miss the old music. Let me guess, invisible wall? Naturally. The water may flow freely, but I may not. Wait, there's not even a lift here? Bruh, fuck this place. Honestly. You're not the lift operator at all. Anytime now. Last one's gonna be way the hell over here. And that will be way better because at least that section is straightforward, even if it does have these bullshit ass walls between each section. I guess it's at the lower level. The higher level, excuse me, dude. For the 7th time in a row, I am vindicated in all of my previous statements. Autorun almost just ruined my whole day even worse. $1,078 yalms to the south. What did I tell you? Alright, before we continue any further, I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. Appreciate you watching this far. Hope you're enjoying somehow. If you are and you have not already, make sure you tap on that like button, yeet that subscribe, turn notifications on, and I will be back in a couple minutes. Yeet. Alright, friends. One moment, we shall continue. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Quest to 5 hours and 18 minutes. That leaves us with 18 quests left. Meaning, with 2 dungeons and 2 trials left, that's probably at least 10 hours. I've only got a handful more quests in me today. I very sincerely thought of stopping for the day after getting up. It truly never does end, Theopaldin. Been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. Remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Spent some time. 'Tis good to see you again wielding your father's new liths, no less. Is that what those are called? Yeah, we are a little busy, I would say. Southernmost structure, you say? Wow. Here you go, buddy. Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the form, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of the truth. Aha. Is it that hard to deliver paperwork? My apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a baby, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... Did what now? Part of why the level of your name garners such respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly back to those who came aboard in Yunkrip's Hope. A lineage few can claim. Never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply here when it happened. Till your grandfather's time, I, Archon Louisois, looked not to Yunkrip for words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founders' virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow, thus. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. Yet Fortuno could not reconcile Louisois' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortuno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear, is it not always thus? Fortuno is a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough, yet even so you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts every moment of every day. That is not an exaggeration in the slightest. With a kind of, barely recognizable he was with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. Practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. Such assurances are little comfort in the face of the actions of he who is being described. He's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. Found the annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. Ooh. Better watch out, dude. Surely Dancock hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. Evidently, I have nothing better to do. I feel like I'm wearing a sack of potatoes, basically. Why would they make this the capstone gear for the end of the fucking story? Could this not have been the first set we get and then we end up with the fucking behemoth armor? That shit was sick. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Dancock wants to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Dancock's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire aspect to Ether and Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. By all means, please do tell me in every minor detail that I don't need to know. Fantastic, I was hoping we could go this way. So we can get our last scavenger hunt chore out of the way for this place. Oops. Thank God. Now we're only missing the mandatory story gate. When I do a rather large amount of water, ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. How many will we face? Who knows? Now, can I just do this? I can. Damn! 16k, that's pretty solid, dude. I mean, it's only a little better than the damage of Inner Chaos, but it is also AoE, even if it's only 30% cleave. Yet you and only you have been to El Pis. What about it? It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of the world, Dalamed of course being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Allag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Oh boy, this motherfucker again. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained his memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? May seem far-fetched, but what if souls like minds have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. So you're saying... You know what, never mind. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zandi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zandi's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zandi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning, and both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. And both of them couldn't even be bothered to figure out the meaning of life on their own. Ah, yes. Of course he moved away from the Aetheryte. One day, lads. One day. What do you know? More walls. Alright, we're gonna do this one more quest. We'll call it for the day. Old Dancock is, as usual, worked up over the ether burner. Well, at least we get to teleport straight to the objective. That's nice. I can't do anything without having a meeting first. Of course we have to wait for our companions. No one told me to rest, so I'm not allowed to rest. I'm only allowed to wait.
All set, I take it?
At long last.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Don't you make me walk.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Those darn scions at it again.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
That is quite a few boxes. Who the hell spaceship is that?
I'm sure
Or
it's
airship, I
very
guess.
important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Here's more.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. I've got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Well, that's all well and good.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no
Preach,
way a
Sicard.
scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance.
Please piss off him, Emily. I literally never want to see you again.
Didn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due. You did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
It's a weird way to
Bearing
pronounce
relics both
Raphael.
Sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste.
Sir, that is a deceiving name.
Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock would...
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Ah, so it's yours.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
How about the planet, dude?
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Oh, nice.
We funded the venture. When?
Last week.
Don't let the name fool you. This coinkeeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Unlike certain of our company.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount.
Is that why you were baking your own bread and making your own
We
clothes?
also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement.
It's Alphino's ma.
She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had
I'm
coffers
sure
to fill.
Fortuno loves this.
Mother!
Chameleons.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now
True.
can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
Did they practice that?
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I was wondering what
I
happened to
received
him.
a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That
Just wait
is
till
why
they
I
figure
chose
out
to
it's
help
not a
the
star in the
Scions,
first place.
to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
I was really hoping we didn't have to see Nero's dumbass face.
that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
See it? You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
That's teeny tiny toy
As
boat
you
to
like
you, sir.
us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kral's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshires, treasure hunters, not least among them.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Khan not have more pressing concerns?
The sky's just red, it's fine.
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the... Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. It is appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they
More
might
scales?
further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
Consent's good.
Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, gave his assent. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Where's Matsuya?
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no? 10, no? 14 bleeding percent.
Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power.
Yes, yes.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true.
It's Cockle.
In which case, the
Don't be
science
lied
end of the
to.
bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
No. Ah yes, public parenting, the best kind.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and... Do you understand? And are you prepared?
No. We did all this
We
and
have
we're not
seen
prepared.
And we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none.
Then I will bear it with you.
I'm
I
proud
beg
of you, both.
Share your struggles with me. As family.
Okay, but only if you undisown me first. Shit.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed. must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path.
Oh, now he says that?
And already begun to do so.
There you go, buddy.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
All these words he's saying, and none of them are sorry, dude.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels.
Oh, he's definitely gonna die.
Ours is not a kind world.
Probably not Alphino. Almost definitely Fortune.
Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Who knows?
Emilians.
Way to air the dirty laundry, Emilians.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
As well? Did he apologize? He kind of skirted around it a little bit, but you know, he
I
never said
assumed
it.
that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
Boy, you're saying I'm getting them into
see
trouble?
now
I know, I'm not sure if I
instead
appreciate that.
brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
For real, there's like a whole moon of metal
Perhaps
in this
you can
damn
spare
harbor.
a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Quay. Xenos did surprisingly little wrong. Sure. Wow! Inspiring. And then everyone started clapping.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Could they not have placed Labyrinthos slightly closer to the harbor? Here to meet Amataporia when we are ready, given the vital knowledge she holds. I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method was for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see that any remaining tasks. See to any remaining tasks that need doing. Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. I was kind of hoping we could just turn that in right there. I want to speak with Claire Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. What, we can't ride in the lift together, Fortuno? You don't want to hang out a little bit? Come on. There's room for an Elizan and a Rogadin in there. Most closely guarded secret, Thalmazin. Marks the beginning and end of our efforts once we delve to seek audience with the star, and once we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way. We playing a Fortuno scavenger hunt? I feel like we are. It really is a teeny tiny toy boat. Bid you welcome to Thalmazin. Direct your attention towards the center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. It was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. If the burner has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Dankok and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. As they should. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Sure. Would you look at that? Yet I can't fly in here, dude. There we go. Oh, it's just this room. Alright. I believe that that is where we're going to stop for today. The next quest features both a dungeon and a trial. So that should be fun. It's actually the start of the 89 quests. The level 89 quests. So yeah. Appreciate you watching. It was a bit of a slog today, I'll admit. But we've gotten through it, and maybe the last 15 or so quests will turn out a little better than those last 15 or so. Who knows? But nonetheless, I appreciate you watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you have not already, make sure you dab on that like button, yeet that subscribe, turn notifications on, and come see me. I'm not sure if I'm streaming tomorrow. I'll definitely be streaming no later than the 26th. No, that's Sunday, 27th. If I don't stream tomorrow, then we'll be back on the 27th for Christmas and all that. But we'll still be doing Let's Plays every day. So if you are interested in Days Gone, check that out. If you're interested in other Let's Plays, I have several others, from The Messenger to Resident Evil 7 and 8 to all sorts of stuff, and you can find them in the playlists on my channel. But yeah, that's it for me. I love y'all, and I will be back later. Yeet!